Well, god damn it! I dropped the controller again. Damn. I keep on setting it on the edge of this. I got an ottoman under my desk. I keep on setting it under the ottoman. And I keep on moving my foot, my big ass foot, and I keep on kicking it. My dad used to say I had Barney Rubble feet. Maybe I do actually have Barney Rubble feet. Maybe that's why I keep on knocking into stuff. Well, hello everybody. Hello, hi. What's up? We're gonna be flying the F-27 Friendship today, y'all. I've been talking about this one. We have not flown this airplane in a long time. I think we only flew it like once or twice, maybe. It's been a minute. Oh, it's been a minute. You know what I was just thinking about while I was getting ready to go live? Anybody ever watch that show Martin from the 90s? You remember he had that neighbor with that used to be in love with him? That really mean black chick? She was always like, "How you doing?" I don't know why I just started thinking about that. She's like, "How you doing?" That show was so good, Martin. Man, that show was so good back in the day. One of my friends, an old bass player of mine, grew up in the same neighborhood as Martin. They're about the same age too, because Kevin, when I was in my early 20s, Kevin was like in his 30s. So they're probably about the same age. But yeah, we're gonna recreate a historic flight here. So according to the internet, the interwebs, the F-27 Friendship used to fly quite a bit on this route that we're getting ready to do. I forget the airport it's taken off from. It's somewhere in the Netherlands. I'll show y'all here in a minute. Hang on one second. Yeah, FOKKER. I'm not going to be using say intentions on this flight today. No, not the Piaggio. We are going to be doing a Piaggio flight coming up too. Probably tomorrow. I was getting reacquainted with our old friend, the Piaggio Avanti. You know, there's still real F100 flights going on around the world. We're going to be doing one of those maybe tonight, actually, if this one goes smoothly. Alliance Airlines and there's another airline in Australia, but Australia flies the F-70 and the F-100 a lot still. So that's very surprising. We almost did a DHL Express flight from Bahrain to Riyadh. Maybe we'll do that one next time, but this one, we gonna do this old NLM. Yeah, see, here's the tail number and the flight actually that I'm thinking about recreating for what's it called? For the what the hell were we just talking about? Oh yeah, about the F-100. Man, my brain is fried for some reason today. It's a Monday. I'm off of work today. I got to go back tomorrow. That really sucks. Hopefully I'll win the Mega Millions tonight or Powerball, whatever the hell drawing is tonight. Hopefully I'll win that one tonight. And then I can be like, work, goodbye, work. Let's see here. So, okay, so we got the... okay, so I rebuilt this airplane in SimBrief. I built it off to ATR 43. What is our tail number? Which tail number did they give us? Oh, that's right. It's the one I usually use. Let's see here. N522. If it sounds like a horror movie, it's because that's the music playing. I'm going to change that here in a moment. While the intro is playing, I'll pick out new music here. All right, NLN. Now we are only doing VOR to VOR flying tonight. We are not going to be using any GPS. It's just going to be VOR to VOR flying. Now our departure is EHBK. All right, before we go live, I do want to... Before we go live, we are live. Before I continue, let me just make sure that we are okay. All right, so we should be taking off on runway 21. All right, that's right behind us. That's perfect. Excellent. All right, let's get this intro played. Oh yeah. I wanted to check our settings real quick just to make sure all that shit is okay still. Okay, all that looks okay still. Let's make sure we have the right controls here. Toggle parking brakes. All right, let's go. Let's load in. We'll hear the we will hear sound pretty soon for the game. Right now, there's no point of playing the sound for the game. But yeah, hang on one second. Let's get this intro played, and then we'll jump into this airplane and get rolling. All right, let's get the game sound turned on. I'm not planning on using any kind of filters today, unless I really have to, but I'm not planning on like any VST or Reaper filters or any of that kind of stuff. All right, let's get into this airplane. Let's get time set. We'll say it's like early in the morning. All right. Here we are. Here we are. Ding, 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 ding. All right. Let's see here. Let's open up the doors. Can we open this one up? Oh, that's for baggage. Oh, hang on. Let me get the words turned off. I forgot I had them on. I mean, if you guys like it with the words on, I'll leave the words on for the buttons and everything. I just figure it's more realistic without them on, so. All right, let me import this. All right, ground power unit connected. And let's see here. What we are going to do is let's get this up. Let's get our tablet up. We have kilograms, liters, hectopascals. All right, let's get our payload updated here. So flight performance. All right, fuel is roughly 1425 for kilograms. All right, that's close enough. Cargo, we have 564 for kilograms. All right, close enough. And we have 25 people. All right, close enough. All right, so let's load it now. Total mass, we have 14.9. All right, roughly, pretty close. All right, load into the aircraft, and let's load. You know, since we're under like 1,000 kilograms, let me put. Well, you know what? Actually, what is our zero fuel weight? 11,204. Yeah, see, they're off by 3,000 here. So, oh wow. All right, well, let's put a little bit more fuel in. Let's just put 30% in. Okay, load into the aircraft. All right, now that's all good. Let me pull the flight plan in. So we're going to be using this mainly instead of Navigraph today. All right, here's our 5 waypoints. All right, very good. So that's all been good. Let me just pull up the checklist on here. So we have, all right, aircraft documents. I guess I'll just pull up the checklist here since we can all see it. All right, tech log, aircraft documents. All right, landing gear is down. All right, flaps are up all the way. All right, instruments, I guess they're okay right now. Let's get the pitot covers released. All right, let's finish this walk around in a moment. Let's see here. SID, star. Where's like just the airport at? Okay, there we go. All right, and we're gonna do no. Wait, I thought I was already connected to Navigraph. I mean, we have the chart. Oh, that's a Lido chart there. All right, let's, let me just approve this real quick just in case. All right, that's been done. All right, and what do we have? EHBK. There we go. Oh, look, it's got a checklist here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, right now we're doing this walk around part of the checklist here, as you can see right here. And then we have our before start, which should be almost the same. Cockpit prep is where this starts. Exterior walk around and then batteries, digital. Okay. All right, let's go outside for a minute. I wonder why we can't hear, oh, there really is no audio coming from the game yet. Okay. Thought we would have heard that generator, but I guess not. All right, so far we're looking good. FOKKER! Waka waka! It's a big leap from the F-27 to the F-28, and that F-28's like a much different airplane. It's got twin jet engines in the back. All right, everything looks pretty good. Let's get this going here. So we have... Let's turn on the batteries. Our external power on. Okay, engine fire panel. All right, check engine fire panel. So that looks okay. Pretty sure they're talking about this right here. Let's see what they're talking about. Yep. All right, agent low pressure lights are out. All right, let's check our fuel quantity. Yeah, that looks about right. Almost 20,000 kilograms. Do we have fuel over here too, or is it only on the co-pilot side? Okay, yeah, it's only on the co-pilot side that I can see it. But we do have the correct amount of fuel, so that's good. Weight and balances are checked. Air conditioning, we don't need to worry about. Pressurization, let's set that. I think we're going up to... Let me see what altitude we're going up to today. What altitude are we going up to? Oh, I probably could have just looked right at the flight plan instead of looking it up here. I'm just so used to looking it up on my tablet. All right, we're going up to 20,000 feet. So let's get that updated. All right, that's the ice, and I think pressure is over here. All right, so cabin altitude. All right, that looks okay there. $20. Okay, so that's 2,000. All right, I'm just going to put it up to where I had it before. I think that's correct. Not that it matters anyways. I don't really think they care in this airplane. I mean, they probably cared in real life, but not here. All right, let's put our signs on. I can find our seatbelt. I thought they were back here, but I might be wrong. All right, here we go. Fasten seatbelts. No smoking. Make sure parking brake is on. Okay, parking brake is on. All right, but it looks like we have enough juice in the hopper for our brakes. That looks good. All right, nav and comms. We don't really need to set anything up for comms, but for nav, we sure do. So let's get, I'll tell you what, let's get some lights turned on. All right, so for nav 1, let's get that set. So we are going to flow. That's 112.5. All right, so this is nav 2 right here. Where is nav 1? That's nav 2. Usually nav 1 is on the Garmin system or the other system, but where is... It's comm 2 and 3. Well, let me set it and see if... Alright, so I don't see 112.05 anywhere. It's got to be around somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. That's so weird. Where the hell is nav 1 at? And that's de-icer, suction, de-icing pressure, blinker fluid. I know it's not blinker fluid, by the way, but... Hey, that is so weird. Where the hell is nav 1 at? Oh, it's right here. Let me see here. Well, I can't even interact with this, though. But that's got the right frequency. Huh. Yeah, and that's 98Y. That's probably what it is for what's it called? A Vortex, not a Vortex, a Tacan for military. Let me try setting another one and see if that changes it. I mean, if that's the case, we'll just tune it that way, but... Alright, let's put in cock and see what happens. Alright, let's put in cock. Yeah, that's it. So we can't dial it in manually. That sucks. I kind of like hearing the clicking. Alright, well, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to argue if that's how they have this airplane set up. They probably didn't really think that many people are going to be flying it with just VOR, but I like how it puts it to can frequency. That's pretty dope, actually. Alright, comms are set. Let's check out our trims. Nose looks good. Aileron looks good. Trim looks good. Everything looks good. Alright, anti-collision lights. Let's turn them on. Who the hell is flicking switches? Did y'all hear that? Who the hell is starting my airplane up? What in the fuck? Hello? Let me restart. How the hell is that airplane starting up by itself? Hang on, I think I just got a thunderstorm warning for my area. All day, no bad weather, and as soon as... Yeah, who the hell's starting up our airplane, man? What the fuck? Hang on, let's restart this. That's fucking crazy. That's not supposed to happen. Alright. Let's try this again. Now, we should still have all the same everything. Same fuel. Yeah, fuel still looks the same. Let me just make sure everything... Oh, this is still the same. No, that's not the same. Alright, load. Cargo was... close enough. And fuel. Alright, that's all done now. Alright, checklist. Let me just pull everything back into here. So we have EHBK. Okay, import. All right, close all doors. Pitot covers, let's remove those. Let's put on battery. External power. All right, cabin signs, let's turn those on. I don't know how that airplane started itself. That is really weird. It's like a ghost. All right, weight and balance is good. This all looks good. Windows are closed. Parking brake is set. Pressure looks good. I'm not too worried about comms and nav. We'll set those here in a moment. Since we don't have to well, it's already in there anyways, it looks like. All right, anti-collision lights. Let's put those on. Wherever those are. All right, let's turn the fuel pumps on. All right, power. Okay, those are all shut off and shut down. All right, engine start. Let's get the... So we're going to do port side. So engine selector. Let's... where my lights are for up top there. All right. Starter, let's go starter, port. Engine start master switch. Hold until the red button is on. Oh, master switch, sorry. Start, and there we go. All right, when the RPMs get to... Our RPMs look good. Let's put the lever on lockout. And then put the port generator on. All right, let's do the same thing on the starboard side. Oh, we gotta open them both up. Oh, I forgot to do that. Maybe that's why it didn't start right away last time. once the RPMs get to about 1500, then we can put the lever in lockout. Okay, generators on. Check the ampage here for both generators. Excellent. All right, we can turn off the outside power. Let's disconnect the exterior power, get rid of the chocks. Let's put the starter on safe. All right, probe heat. Let's see here. All right. That's de-icing. Oh, okay, here's probe heat. Alright, put both of those on. Window heat is probably down here somewhere as well. Alright, window heat is on low. The alerter lights seem to be out. And according to our flight plan, to go to flow, that's roughly westish, so about 270 it looks like. So let's program that in. Oh yeah, and what is what's our what's it called? 10:15. Okay. And let's say a course of about 270. All right, and then we do need to set our frequency, so let's set that since we can't dial it in manually. That's now been set. Alright, do I have enough room to turn around? It looks like I do. So let's do that. Oh, you know, before we do it, let's put our flaps down to 16.5. That all looks good. Autopilot's off. Alright, everything looks okay. Alright, let's put on taxi lights. Alright, those are on. Strobe light, we'll turn those on. Transponder we don't need. we put our strobe lights on. Where are they at? Port, starboard, that's... Nav lights. Nav lights must be those. I bet you that's what those are. Oh, no. Really? Where put the anti-collision lights on? I'm surprised they call those two different things. That's weird. Alright, let me just take a look at what we do after takeoff. Okay, so nothing really special anymore. Okay, that's fine. Oh, we never put our alt... Oh, man. There we go. Now we should have full power now. I can't believe I missed that. Alright, emergency lights are armed. Alright, inverters are on. Going to 20,000 feet. All right, let's go. Hydraulics release when you let go of the brakes. It's like, it's pretty wild. It's pretty cool. Runway 21. All right, let's see here. So get this checklist open here. So after takeoff, all right, around 80 to 110 knots for V2. Why I don't have any lights down there? There we go. Okay. All right, landing lights are on. Lights are all set. All right, let's release the park and brake and go. Takeoff power set. Airspeed is alive. V1. Positive rate, gear up. Let's turn towards the west. Let's put our flaps up. We can now put the HPC levers to open. Let's get set for climb. Go into heading mode. Let's put our flaps up all the way. Alright, we can actually go up a little bit faster than that, so let's... Alright, let's go into navigation mode. Alright, we can actually retract the landing lights and taxi lights. All right, climb, try to maintain 140 knots. It's pretty close to where we are. There's no altitude pre-selector. Yeah, I know that. Okay. We probably would have brought this down a little bit earlier, but we didn't. That way you're not maxing everything out. Let me lower our climb speed a bit. We can get up to 140 knots because that seems to be the sweet spot. All right, we can probably go standard pressure. All right, we're at 140 knots. That's good. Now, do we synchronize? Let me see if it says on the checklist. A window heat. Pressurization. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about syncing the propellers. Yep. We'll sync them now. We are on our way. Now, they do recommend that we level off 200 or 300 feet higher than the altitude we're actually trying to level off at, just for speed purposes. way it'll help us get up to cruising speed quicker. Ew, it's got ew, Europe. You got those bird killing, what are those things called? The windmills? Ew, Europe, ew. Boo! See, they're right there. Boo, Netherlands, boo! You guys are gross. Yeah, the booklet that comes with this airplane is really good. I like the procedures they have here. Not the checklist, but the actual procedures. Check this weather near me, make sure we're okay. We should be. We don't have any kind of like bad warnings or anything. Oh, it's almost past me anyways. Okay. Alright, we're doing a good job climbing. I don't like it doesn't tell us how many miles we are. It's probably having a hard time. Some of these VOR stations, it doesn't tell you how far away you are. Some of them don't do any distance at all. But you know, if you are unsure, you can always tell whenever the HSI flips around. That's when you know you've passed it. It's such a shame that we can't input that ourselves. I guess they really don't want you to input that in automatically. I mean, we can do it for nav 2. Can't do anything for nav 1. Can't even interact with the weather. That's so dumb. Let's drop our nose a little bit so we can get back up to 140. We're almost at our cruising altitude anyways. All right, let's go into heading mode. Shit. Guess that button's not working. All right, let's program in the next one. Program in cock. All right, that looks like we'd be heading on a Oh, pretty much heading the way we're heading now. And we're currently, hang on, are we at 20,000 feet yet? Almost. So from, okay, we should be heading on a 276 heading. All right, let's go altitude on. Maintaining about 14,200 RPMs. That's now done. We have the new frequency. Yep, we have the new frequency. Make sure we're heading correctly, so we are almost. So that's 270, about 280. Is that right? About 280? Yeah, about 280. All right, close enough. All right, I don't think it's picking up our... it might be. It might be picking it up. power accordingly to remain. See airspeeds for normal operation. All right, let's go to airspeeds. So 20,000, so we should be at about 234 knots indicated airspeed, really. We're like nowhere close to that. Let's give it more. I just can't do it, Captain. I don't have enough juice. Don't care, Scotty. Get us the warp speed. Aye, aye, Captain. Let's lower our altitude a little bit and see if we can gain a little bit more speed that way. All right, now we can put altitude on. All right, they gave us a little shot of juice there. All right, is this picking up our... No, it's not. Probably too far away. This reminds me a lot of a DC-3. The way a lot of, like, these, all these knobs and shit are up top here, it really reminds me of a DC-3. Alright, 110.05. The opposite of 276 would be 96. So let's get that programmed in here. I forget if this is the RMI or not, the radio magnetic indicator. I think this is actually. Like, I don't think this is for localizer. I think that's the RMI indicator. I'll pull up the owner's manual here in a moment. See, I think this is the radio magnetic indicator down here. Let me look this up real quick. Type in RMI. ADF instead. Okay, so I am correct. Okay. So that's linked to nav2, that one there, which is what I thought. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, become a member. I promise, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Just do it. Hit the subscribe button, hit like. And if you feel like donating, I certainly don't mind. I've always said this is like HBO. This is the Help a Brother Out channel. Don't be scared. It's okay. Boy, it's still thunder booming around me. Good Lord. I hope these storms already passed me by. I would show you all the map, but I don't want to dox myself tonight. Oh, tornado, stay away from me. Alright, let's see exactly where we're at right now. Oh, shit. Let's do a little turning. Guess we're still a little far away from Cock. In real life, I probably would have... In real life, I would have set another VOR station closer. When I was planning this flight out, I wasn't thinking about real life, to be honest. I was just thinking about... I just want three or four that I can go to. I don't like that we're not cruising at the right speed, though. Like, we should be at like 230 knots. And it said we should be at 14,200 RPMs, but even so, we're higher than that now. We're at 15,000 RPMs. I mean, I guess I could give it max speed, but being that we don't have any failures, but I usually try to keep these as close to real life as I can. Like, I spend time learning like the procedures and all that, so it's as close to real life as you can get. Sure would be nice if our navigation was working. I was trying to see where we're actually located right now. Where are we at? I guess we're over Germany somewhere, since it says EBB. Oh, Brussels. Okay, we're over the Netherlands right now. Well, that would make sense. We took off from the Netherlands. Why would... That's a dumb... Yeah, that really is a dumb statement. Why did I say Germany? Germany. Alright, it looks like it's actually starting to show up now. Our indicators. If you look here, the skinny arrow and this arrow are now pretty much aligned. So we'll hit navigation mode once we get lined up a little bit more. I'm going to try to not use that map as much as I can, other than programming in our frequency, since we can't program it in ourselves, since they decided to not give us access to this panel here. But the nice thing is, when you program it automatically, it does put in the TCAN, so if you are flying, you know, military, you have your TCAN here. You can, even though you can't program it in yourself because they were too lazy to activate those buttons. Alright, we should be getting a bit closer. It's a nice little airplane, though. I don't know if I like it more than the ATR. To me, the ATR is still a better propeller plane. Still, the Dash 8 Q400 for me is still the creme de la creme for me. That's still my favorite airplane. Propeller plane. The DHC-6 is pretty good. I think they call that the Beaver or the Otter. That's okay. But it's no de Havilland Q8400. That's like the ultimate. I thought somebody was making a good version of one of those for the simulator here. I still haven't. I think they made one. They made one for 2020, I thought, but it sucked. It was from some company. I forget the name of it, but it sucked. It was so bad. I bought it so y'all didn't have to. I tried it out so y'all didn't have to do it. All right, so we're almost pulling up. Let's see if this actually does line up navigation-wise. We'll put in our decision height as we get a little closer to landing. Yeah, see, it doesn't give us any kind of mileage or anything, see? That I don't like. I mean, if you're going to give us the option of having just localizer only and no Garmin system or no GTN, then I mean, then give us the capability of having. Can't we just lock it? Guess not. All right. Well, it says locked, but we can't do it. Yeah, I mean, at least give us the capability of having, you know, a display that actually shows us how many miles we are. Unless, again, this is one of those stations where it just doesn't give you the info. All right, we're just about lined up. Let's hit navigation. To a 276 heading. All right, for descent power is required. So we're about 1,500 feet per minute. Extend flaps when speed is below 144. Extend the gear below 168. And then set the HPC levers to lockout. Right now they're open. We should be landing around 80 to 100 knots indicated airspeed. All right, now after we leave cock, we are going to lid. That is 114.05. So let's get that programmed in a moment. And lid is going to be on a heading of 264. Take a look at whatever kind of landings we have available here tonight. First of all, let me see what runways are available at Gatwick for landing. All right, 26 left is a good one for landing. Okay. So ILS, we'll just leave that direct then. See, there's May. All right, we'll do Timba, but we'll get rid of Timba, and then at May we'll head up. All right, let's get rid of Timba. Can we get rid of Timba? No, I don't think we can. That's fine. We can't get rid of it. We can't get rid of it. this in Navigram too. And let me get, oh, you know, I don't have to program it in Navigram. We can get, let's see here, ILS, and we can get our chart right from here. Approach. There we go. 26 left is now saved. Oh. All right. Let's see here. So charts. We got Gatwick. You know, I don't know if I've ever landed at Gatwick before. This could be kind of fun, I guess, right? All right, let's see here. SID, approach. Okay, ILS, 26 left. Yeah, there's May right here. So we're gonna pin this one. And then we'll pin that one as well. Now we have 2 pin charts. Oh, that's cool. It's using Lido charts. That's cool. And let's see here. So from May, we're going to head about 8 miles up, then start turning. So we're going to head up from May about 9 miles onto 2 radial. Okay, that works. Alright, or at least we're going somewhat faster now. We're at 218 knots indicated. Then from cock to lid, we have 67 miles and then 29 miles from lid to May. So that's about 100 miles we have to start descending. So we're going to go down to 16,000 feet. So 16 times 3 is 48. So we roughly need, I would say, about 60 miles to descend. Maybe 70, since we're only going to be going down between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. We're not too far from cock. You know, let me make sure we're aligned, because I fucked that up earlier. All right, so that's 270, 280, 285, 283 roughly. Okay, that's close enough. We're pretty close right now. Man, I wish our DME worked. Golly, that sucks. That's just like, to me, that's just lazy. Like, these developers, you make all this stuff so well, and then you just skimp out on stuff that you shouldn't be skimping out on. The decision height is like 100 feet, but we're gonna make it like 300 since this is like an older propeller plane. I don't think when they created those charts, they were really thinking about an F-27 landing. So you can't even operate this stuff, like... Fuel flow is looking okay. See, I wonder if I actually put this at the right RPMs, like what speed we'd be at. See, we're at 15,000 RPMs right now. We should be at like 14,200. Let me reduce that a little bit and just see what happens. There, otherwise we're going to slow down too much. All right, let's go into heading mode. And the next frequency is 114 something or something. All right, let's set that now. And then cock was, let me see here. .5, so let's set that. Oh, hang on a second here. I wonder if, let me see here, 114. Hey, now that works. All right, that works. All right, we need to be on a 264 heading. So let's set that right now. I sure hope Lid isn't one of those stations where you don't get any action from it, because it's not picking anything up yet, but it is saying we're 70 some miles away, so maybe we're too far away for it to pick up any kind of signal. So we roughly got about 100 miles left until we start our actual approach. What's up, Win? How you doing, my friend? Nice to see you again. We're flying this old dirty-ass airplane, this old dirty bird. The old FOKKER 27. Now, I can't use FOKKER with say intentions because they always think I'm cussing at it. Last time I flew this airplane, I was like, you know, FOKKER 27, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, we are reporting you if you use that bad language again. And I'm like, bad language? Yo, that's dope, dude. I mean, now, I don't know what part of New York you're going to or where you're coming from, but New York is definitely not the haven it used to be. It's kind of disgusting in New York now, from what I understand. But that's cool, though, that you're still going nonetheless. That's still dope. Oh, that's cool. What kind of convention are you going to? I've been to a few anime conventions before. Those were always a lot of fun. I've never been to like a Star Trek one or anything like that, but I've been to a few anime cons. Those were always fun, man. Down in the Baltimore Convention Center. All right, now we should. We're probably going to begin our descent in probably about 20 minutes. We roughly have about 87 miles until we make our turn to the north for our landing. We're about 80 miles away from the May VOR. So I think once, let me see. Yeah, this is about 30 miles. And we need about 60 miles, I would say, to descend. Now, our navigation is still not picking up the VOR station, so we might not be able to use that VOR for navigation. We might just have to stay in heading mode. Unless I just plug in May, which I probably could do. See, here's May right here. I don't know, I kind of think I like the other map better. It's a shame it doesn't give us the frequency there. All right, May is 117.9. Let's see if our navigation picks up May. Yeah, it's not picking that up yet either. Okay. It is what it is. We'll just keep on flying how we've been. Since we can't set navigation ourselves, since they decided to cock block us on that. See, it looks like, see, we're almost lined up, but then this course indicator here is not working, which means that station probably has no lateral guidance. Some of those stations, they don't give you any kind of lateral guidance. All right, so we are about 76 miles. Once we get to 30 miles, no, 30, that's 60. Once we get to 40 miles, we're going to begin our descent to 4,000 feet. What's up, Wendell? How you doing, my friend? Your name looks familiar. You the one that yelled at me because I was cussing one time? Are you the one that yelled at me because I was cussing? That was a while ago. Anyways, what's going on, Wendell? Thank you, my friend. Yeah, somebody yelled at me in the comments about me cussing. So I decided to troll them in the comments. I like when people troll me in the comments sometimes. It's fun. I just give it right back to them because I do not give a shit. I'm not one of these guys that gets butthurt because somebody's, you know, trolling. I don't give a shit. All right, let's start descending down. So, according to set power is required to maintain current cruising speed. Oh, well, that's easy enough. All right, let's deactivate altitude. Let's start heading down about 1,000 feet per minute. Let's reduce. We are going to do another flight after this. Yeah, I'm planning on doing another flight after this since it looks like we'll be done this one pretty quickly. As long as we get a good landing. If we don't get a good landing, we may have to go around. Alright, let's get our VSI to about between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. Alright, that should work pretty well. Alright, very good. So that's good there. What is our decision altitude? Not decision altitude, our the altitude where we here we go. ATC, you suck. Alright, what does it say here? Well, you know what? We'll just use the one for takeoff. What's that saying? 6,000 feet? That's probably about right anyways. We're not using ATC today. Not for this flight, at least. We probably won't use it for the next flight either because it's a FOKKER airplane, and every time I say that, say intentions, they think I'm cussing them out. All right, let's get our pressure. So we have EGKK. So they're at 1016, so that's pretty close. Yeah, we still have no lateral guidance from the station, so alright, so that's 33 to lid and then another 30 to May. Let me see if it'll pick up May finally, because we can just program in May. We have to set it this way, otherwise we can't set the frequency, because in this airplane, for some reason, when you're not using any kind of GPS, you cannot program in nav1. .9. We can program it in for the DME, but not for actual navigation. See, up here is where we're trying to set it, but we can't set it there. We can't interact with any of the buttons. Alright, now that one is giving us lateral guidance, so we can actually hit navigation now. Alright, navigation is now on. So we're going right to May now. And then after May, yep, we're going to come into May and then go up on the 2 radial for about 9 miles, and then we're going to swing around and hopefully have a nice landing. And let's see here, that frequency is 110.9, so I'm going to program that for nav2. And we're landing on with a 256 course, delicious course at 256. I like when you can just pull it and hold it, like out here like this, and it keeps on spinning. I tell you, man, your index finger gets a good workout with some of these planes. Ooh, boy. I tell you, my index finger has some strong muscles to it. All right, 52 miles to May. We're at 14,000 feet. Guess we can put the seatbelt signs back on, even though it doesn't really matter, since there's nobody on board anyways. Well, there's 25 people on board, but they don't really count. They're a bunch of, like, executives and shit like that. Like, nobody's gonna miss these guys if we crash. Maybe somebody out there will, but nobody I know. Oh, that's cool. It's got a little porthole there. You can look at the moon while you're flying. Oh, never mind. That's a light. I thought that was a porthole. I'm like, that's pretty cool. Let me deactivate propeller sync. Let's click on that. All right, propeller sync is deactivated since we're descending. Nothing there. Okay. Oh, we're pulling up on the coast of England. I always like how the coast of England has these huge cliffs. That's cool. That was always one of my favorite things when you fly from Guernsey to like the mainland, when you fly that that Trilander that we've flown a couple of times. I forget the name of that island. It's over here somewhere. Oh, Jersey, right here. Right here, Guernsey. This airport right here. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen that airplane. It's got 3 propellers, one in the tail, and then 2 regular ones, and it's got like a yellow face with eyeballs, and it's got like an orange beak. Yeah, it's called a Britain Norman Trilander. BN Bravo November Trilander. Oh, it's got a manual thing there. I don't think we can get rid of that. Oh, that's after the fact. Okay. Anytime you're in this tablet and you are using it for navigation, when you see manual, that's just like vectors or discontinuity. Like, if you see that, get rid of it. The only thing we have to do different with our setup for landing is just put the HPC levers, the lockout, which are the levers with the orange ball. You leave them in lockout during takeoff until you get to about 1,000 feet. Once you get to 1,000 feet and you're starting to level off so you can gain speed, move those back to open, and then you just leave them there the rest of the flight. All right, we still got 40 miles. Yeah, we're doing pretty good with descent. We probably could have waited another 5 or 10 miles. do have live weather turned on. But I tell you, I don't know if it's the update that they came out with recently, or if it's because we're using that AI software from Say Intentions to figure out like our performance, like where we should have everything set. But this airplane is running great compared to how it used to. This thing used to run like shit on the computer. Always ran good on the Xbox though, but ran like shit on here. Pretty sure we're going to be doing another FOKKER flight after this. Turns out that they still fly the F-70 and the F-100 over in Australia. There's a very good chance we're going to be flying the F-100. I forget the livery. Alliance Air. Yep, that's what we'll be flying. Let me pitch down just one more click. Get that closer to 1500. Let's see here. So we have May, and then we're going to go up about 9 miles, and then turn around for 256. And then once we get, that's about 5 miles out, we need to be at 2,000 feet. Once we get to, so we really need to get down to about 2,000 feet. Oh, 3,000 actually is, May transition is 3,000 feet. Okay, so let's get that to 3,000. And then once we get to May, then we'll descend down to 2,000 feet. Current pressure. .16, let's see if that's accurate. Close enough. Orange Airfield, Boddington. They need to start growing some shit over here, man. This is like the desert. Are we flying over the Middle East, or is this thing... Where's all the green grass? Why is it all brown? There's a bunch of dirt fields in the south of England. Oh, look at all the bird-killing windmills they got. This is the worst idea ever for energy, is those windmills, man. Those things suck. Those things are terrible. Hello? I hope this airplane is not doing its own thing again like it did earlier. We had to restart the flight. I was going through the checklist, and all of a sudden, the airplane just started turning everything on its own. Like, it was just like, it was like the co-pilot was just moving turning the engines on, and I was like, what in the fuck? Like, that's crazy. All right, so again, when we get to May, we're gonna flip over our frequencies. Ooh, how am I gonna be able to, shit. How am I gonna be able to set this frequency? That is a good question. we might not be able to, shit. Yeah, it might just be a regular land, like a regular lane. I don't think we're going to be able to program in the 110.9. I mean, it is what it is. I don't really care if we can't do an ILS landing, but I always like doing those. That way people see how to do it. We got about 20 miles left, and we are at almost 4,000 feet. All right, very good. So we're making good headway. Maybe the DME here will work for Nav 1. So I can't change it here because these guys decided not to give us access to this button. I just need this button right here. This one right here. All right, we are almost at 3,000 feet. We're gonna level off here in a moment. So we're at 185 for the ground speed, so 5 times that is roughly about 950. Would be, so 5 times the ground speed is roughly what a 3% angle of attack is, or a 3% glide slope. All right, let's hold the altitude here. All right, approach and landing. All right, that looks good. I don't think I've ever landed at Gatwick before. I've ridden a train there a few times in the simulator. Oh, you know we did. I'm trying to think. Maybe I think we did fly into Gatwick one night, and then we left Gatwick on the train and headed somewhere else. There was a time where I was doing a combination between the train simulator and the flight simulator, where we would take a train to the airport and then jump in the simulator and fly the airplane and then take the train back home. Back when I had time to stream, like, you know, for multiple hours a day. Why are we still descending? 10 miles away. Actually, let's go back into heading mode. Oh, we actually are in heading mode, so that's good. Okay. Once we start heading north, we'll go ahead and drop down to 2,000 feet. All right, we're 7 miles away. About 2 minutes away. Once we're about 2-3 miles out, we'll go ahead and turn north. So we can put our landing lights on. Once we line up on approach, we'll move our HPC levers up to all the way up to lockout. All right, we're 4 miles out. If we get to 2 miles out, we're going to turn on a heading of 2. I would like to think this thing makes like a 2-minute turn, like a lot of propeller planes do. Ah, Horny Common. That's my town right there. Bunch of dirty old men in that town. I'm about to look that up. They like grok? What kind of people live in dirty Norman? Alright, we are turning to the north. Let's descend down to 2,000 feet. Oh shit. Let me oh no, it's okay. Our pressure is only 1016, so we're okay. All right, there we go. Horny Common and Balls Green. That's what I'm talking about. Balls. All right, let's put altitude hold on. And then I'm going to reset this altitude to 3,000 feet, just in case we have to do a go-around. We are 3 miles up. Once we get to 9 miles, that's when we're going to start making our turn. All right, I'm going to activate 117.9 now. 110.9. Oh, that does work. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that that would do nav 1. I'm sitting here cussing out this simulator. I didn't realize that this was nav 1. I thought it was nav 2 because it said nav 2 and you can't switch it. Like there's no button here you can use to, like none of these buttons work except for, I mean the volume button doesn't even work. I mean, that's the right frequency, 110 point. 117.9. Nope, 110.9, buck. Oh, that's what I have. Okay. Alright, we're going to start turning here in a moment. We'll probably start turning now. Let's put our levers in lockout. Start slowing down a little bit. Glide slope is starting to become alive. All right, glide slope is almost lined up. Let's see here, approach mode. Maybe we can't do it until the glide slope becomes alive here. All right, let's go flaps 1. I guess we don't need the glide slope. We don't need to do approach mode. The runway's right there. All right, let's deactivate the autopilot. We'll just fly this bitch ourselves. Let's put the landing gear down. Let's go flaps 2. Again, about 80 to 100 knots is landing speed roughly. Now the glide slope should still work theoretically on the airplane. It looks like it's working, it's just, it didn't, maybe it wasn't alive, which is why we couldn't go into approach mode, but I'm not too worried about it. We're not going to be flying this plane again anytime soon. Not with all the airplanes we have. I mean, we got a lot of airplanes. Let's raise our trim up a little bit. 5 miles out. Let's go next to last flaps. All right, speed is doing good. It's doing speed things, which is good. Maybe the next time we fly it, we'll try like an actual ILS landing. I'll use like the Garmin system so I know for sure we have it programmed in properly. I still haven't seen the glide slope move, which leads me to believe that that DME slot we haven't plugged in is not the actual slot, which is why it might not have let us go into approach mode. When we're about 2 miles out, I'm going to go flaps full. Oh wow, this is like the de Havilland, the D8. You release that throttle and you start pulling that throttle back, man. You start sinking right out of the sky. That's pretty cool. That's like the D8, the -8 400 does the same thing. All right, let's go flaps full. Glide slope, pull up, too low, flaps, too low, terrain, too low, flaps, too low, terrain. There's no ground proximity warning on this airplane. I'll do it for us. Pull up, glide slope, pull up. What's that blue thing on the side of the runway there? Uh-oh. I'll take it. It could have been a better landing, but I'll take it. Usually anything under 300 is good for me, but we got 5 stars, so. All right. Let's go to the main menu. It's at 8 o'clock. Let's get set up for our next flight here. Let me let's do a couple of things here. Let me go to kick. Change the title. Alright, that's now done. And let me go to YouTube and just change the title if I can. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Oh, maybe I can. Just change the thumbnail real quick. Oh man, hang on a second. I know I usually share my screen when I'm doing this, but I'm not doing that today. This will just take me a moment. Just need to download the thumbnail and then re-upload it as a smaller size. So edit photo, upload from computer, F100, download, standard quality. All right, change and okay, so that's now been updated. Let me go here. Let me get our tablet out. You know, hang on, let me just build it real quick on SimBrief. I was going to build it on the tablet, but then I can't re-upload it to the tablet, so this will just take a moment. Flight aware, flight tracking, a UTY 738. No, this is not the right one. BH. Hang on, let's get the tail number real quick. Okay, so it's let's see here. Identification is BH FGB. We have UTY 8861. That goes from Trapel, Australia to Brisbane. All right, let me just build this in SimBrief real quick. So UTY 8861 departs from YTEE to YBBN. F100. Okay, just flight. Kilograms. Actually, we're going to do a different flight. We're going to do Emerald. So YE. IEML, and the flight number is 881. Yeah, that's a better flight. It's quite a bit shorter. All right, FAA domestic for fuel reserve, 100 kilograms. For arrival fuel, 50 for MEL. Excellent. All right, let's generate. Let me save this. And import in the charts. Excellent. So that's now done. And just so you can see that this is a real flight, let me pull this bitch up. So y'all motherfuckers can see that I'm not bullshitting y'all. Hang on a second. Let me show y'all something, bitch. Here we go. Alliance Airlines 881. We're doing this flight here from Emerald to Brisbane. But yeah, FOKKER 100. Showing up, they got it. Yeah, bitch. So that's what we're going to be doing. All right, so let's go ahead and sliding door, large cargo door. I don't want sliding door. I want the air stairs. Let me get that updated here. Oh, you know, I might not have that actual choice, actually. No, I don't. All right, we'll stick with sliding door then. That's fine. All right, let's go. Now, this is the next level up from the F-27 and the F-28. All right, why you have YMEL. I think that's correct. Oh, YEML. There we go. All right, let's go, bitch. Come on. Come on, Microsoft. It's not a good sign when the airplane still hasn't shown up to the party yet. This is one of those airports where you have to spin around in a circle at the end of the runway. Oh, come on, Microsoft. Stop being a bitch. Game's frozen. Let me turn the sound off of the game real quick. We might have to restart the sim. It's looks like it might be frozen. Yeah, let me control delete this bitch. And let's give it just a couple of seconds and then I'll restart it. Okay, I just relaunched it, so usually this only takes like a minute or two. Let me get that owner's manual pulled up here as well. I had the owner's manual up on my iPad here. I like using it for the checklist. I kind of missed the old checklist of yesteryear with Microsoft 2020. I like how we were able to have the co-pilot read it out to us. Hey, it's got LVAR control assignments. That's interesting. I'll have to go and read that. The LVARs, that's what we can use in Say Intentions to have the co-pilot automate features like landing lights and fuel levers and all that. Of course, there's a very easy way to figure out what the commands are in the game. You just have to hit Control G when you have your mouse over top of a, or your cursor over top of a button or a switch. Just when you're in developer mode and you're under behavior. Well, I'll show you when we get in there. I showed you guys before, but I'll show you again. Noise abatement takeoff, normal takeoff. Ah, here's the checklist. Oh, interesting. It's the same checklist from the game. Just like a copy and paste of it. It's interesting. Oh, fucking Chinese motherfuckers flying to Aspen. Get out, Chinese people! You don't belong in Aspen. Stop buying up all the farmland in America. All these Chinese foreign diplomats. Them and all the Somali motherfuckers that have taken over America, man. America is not going to be America in 50 years. It's going to be overthrown by Muslims and Chinese people. Even when I move out to Montana or Wyoming, it's probably still going to be that way eventually somewhere out there. Hopefully I'll have a permanent address somewhere 6 feet underground by the time all that shit happens, man. The death of America. It's already started. Yep. Death of America. It's been happening for a couple of decades now, but it's really started to ramp up lately. Ooh, that was close. I almost knocked over my soda. Almost knocked it over my work keyboard. Might have been a fucked up morning, man. If I can't go to work, if I can't get to work, that's gonna be the last time I can't get to work at that job, because I missed so much time last year taking care of my daughter that I have 3 hours or less of time from work that if I miss more than 3 hours unannounced, that's it. And that was a gift that they gave me. They should have fired me in January when I missed a couple of days of work. Thankfully they didn't. I do a really good job for them. Like, I'm one of their top salespeople, and when I'm there, like, they have no issues with me when I'm at work. Like, some people really abuse break time and lunch time, and they take like an extra 10, 15, 20 minutes here and there, and you cannot do that kind of shit working from home, man. Especially for the company I work for. You do that shit, they are on your ass like white on rice real quick. Which is good. I mean, I like that they hold people accountable. It's good. I'm not like saying it's a bad thing. It's just one of them things. All right, Microsoft, don't be a bitch this time. There we go. Now the airplane is loading up. The airplane's right there. I go through that sometimes with this simulator where, like, it's fine until you try to, like, do another flight right after another one. It seems like almost you have to, like, almost log out and log back in. All right, let me get the sound for the game turned on. Let me get rid of the task manager. I love this airplane almost as much as I like the F-28. The F-28 is still, like, my favorite airplane in this style. Yeah, that's pretty dope looking, man. That's cool. Smithy, sfgb.com. No air stairs. We'll just have to jump on in. Ready? Let my short ass hop on into this airplane. All right, now I should have everything set up here. Uh-oh. I just saw that button move by itself. That's scary when that shit happens. All right, let's okay, Okay, 12-hour. Okay, that's good. That provider. Huh. I don't know what any of these companies are. Oh, we'll leave it on ESRI. All right, let's get our flight plan pulled in. Ah, here we go, right there. Wow, we're going to 35,000 feet, really? No shit. All right, let's save a couple of seats first. And then we will get going here. Let's save a couple of seats in what would be first class. All right, create. We'll do port 1. We're gonna have to reorder a couple of these in a moment. All right, we're gonna do star 1 for starboard. And then we're gonna go all the way to the back. All right, passenger. All right, let's go into the back of the airplane. All right, create. Let's do port 2. And while we're here, let's just save this one last one. And then we'll get going here. So let's do star 2. You can name it whatever you want. All right, and let me just go through these real quick, because I like it when we can go from the EFB right to the FMS. So let me see where the FMS is. So we have co-pilot, instrument panel left, glare shield, pedestal. Okay, so let's save this one. And then we are going to put that one after the pilot. All right, let's save this one as the EFB tablet, and then we're going to drag this one up right above pedestal left. Actually, let's rename this one FMS. Okay, so we're all done with this now. Let's go ahead and get our checklist open. Oh, actually, first let me pull the flight in here. All right, ILS 19. All right, let's do that. All right, aircraft check. Oh, you know what? I don't need that. I have the checklist right here, actually. All right, let's close it. Let me just put this right back there. All right, circuit breakers. I don't remember if the circuit breakers actually work. Let me see here. Nope, I just clicked on something behind the scenes here. Did I just click on the coffee? Yep, I just clicked on coffee. All right, circuit breakers. All right, fuel levers. Those are shut. And we also have the checklist right here too, by the way. This is the same checklist I'm reading right now. And if this is like the other Just Flights, you can actually import your own documents. You can put like 1 or 2 pages in here if you want. All right, let's see here. Batteries on, external power. Let me get external power connected. It's a typical Just Flight tablet right here. Let's make sure our charts work. Okay, that works. All right, aircraft, let's import this. All right, start refueling. Let's get the GPU connected. All right, batteries on, external power on. Forget what... Oh, that's right. You click on this and that gets rid of the... Okay, very good. So, all right, IRS. Let's put those on nav. I believe there's 3 of them. Oh, no, mine, there's only 2 of them. All right, on alignment. Let's get this aligned. Oh, it's got a Civ A system in it too. That's pretty cool. Test, track, there's position there. Alright, let's go flight plan. I don't think we can put the flight plan in. Let me see here. I don't think they allow us to send that over. Yeah, no it doesn't, which is okay. Alright, let's get our flight plan. Actually, you know what? Let's get our position first. Hang on a second. Let me bring up Navigraph for this. We'll get our position, and then we'll put navigation active. All right, let's find out where we're parked at. So let's see here. Oh, it might not have a... Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't give us where we're located at. Oh, right here, south. 23134. All right, so let's get this updated here. So we have south 23341, 23341, enter, and then east 148108. Okay, so that should have aligned us. Now we can pull that button out. So just right click on it. All right, those are now good. And then we have emergency lights. Let's arm those. All right, emergency lights are arms. Exterior lights. We'll put those on auto. Nav logo light. Put that on. All right, pre-flight, emergency equipment. Let's, well, actually, you know what? Let's get our flight plan done first. And then we'll finish up our checklist. All right, so we have YMEL. I just wanted to see if there's a way to pull it in, but I don't think there is. Okay, so we have YML. YBBN. Oh, here we go. Sim brief, official flight plan. There we go. Insert. Very nice. Very nice. Flight plan. Very good. All right, we should be taking off on runway 24. Let me see if we can get an ATIS. Runway 6 is recommended. 6,200 feet long. All right, we'll do runway 6 instead. That's fine. All right, let's go click on YAML. SID. We have runway 6. Insert. And actually, let's change that here. Okay. Then we have direct to EML. Then Y409 to Besbo. Okay, let's get rid of this discontinuity here. Click on it. All right, I guess we got to click clear first. Clear, and then... Okay, yep. Okay, and then for our landing... You know, I'm gonna leave the well, I guess I should put in some sort of approach. Let's see here, 19 left. Alright, so that should be excellent. So our flight plan is now inputted. Cost index is okay. Flight plan. Alright, secondary flight plan. Do we have access to that? No, I don't see it. Alright, fuck it. Let's go, start loading up our airplane. Stairs, and we'll do 10 minutes. Let's turn down the music a little bit. All right, now let's do our pre-flight checklist. So emergency equipment. All right, let's check our oxygen. Alright, oxygen works, multi-function displays. Let's get our displays turned on. Alright, displays are on. Alright, everything is on there, that's good. Aircraft documents are good, circuit breaker, pins and covers, oxygen, overhead fuel panel, main instrument panel, altimeters, let's set those. Currently it is $29.77. Let's see here, altimeter. Right here. So we are going to 1008. Does that do that on both sides? Yes, it does. All right, very good. So that's done. Pedestal, parking brake.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our app. If there is anything that we can do to make your journey more comfortable, please let one of our flight attendants know, and they will be happy to help. We kindly ask you to remain seated with your seatbelt fastened whilst the remainder of the passengers...
All right, parking brake is on. Crew briefing. All right, before start, seatbelts. Let's turn those on. Window and probe heat on. Takeoff data, we'll get that on in a moment. Let's get our pressure set. Let's test our APU fire. All right. All right, that works. Anti-skid. All right. Okay. that finish doing its thing. APU. All right, let's do a ground proximity warning test, and then we'll get the APU started.
Glide slope.
There's my
Pull
friend.
up. Terrain.
1 1000,
Pull
2
up.
1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000. All right, that's good. All right, APU is... There's avionics. There's APU fire. APU's right here. Okay. So let me see what it says here.
Welcome on board our aircraft.
Before starting, okay, arm beacon lights.
Please let one of our flight attendants know, and they will be happy to help. We kindly ask you to remain
Anti-icing on or off. Okay, APU.
whilst the remainder of the passengers board the aircraft.
Okay, APU is now starting up. It's pretty cool. You can see it like raising. It's pretty cool. Hey, let's close the cockpit door. Oops. Maybe there's a button here I need to do. Huh. Well, oh, here we go. I'm so short that I was looking in the wrong place. All right, APU should be on now. Yep, APU is available. Let's make sure we have Alright, still saying APU available.
Boarding is complete.
Alright, let's see here. That's engines. That's lights. Okay, batteries. TRU. Thinking that it's good now. I might have to look this up real quick. No, I think we're okay, because it's given us a load there. Okay, yeah, we're okay. Alright, let's, alright, we're pretty much ready for pushback and engine start. I do have to do a couple of things here. Let's get rid of the GPU. Let's get rid of the chocks. Alright, I'll come back to that. Let me do our takeoff performance. Import aircraft, import sim brief. Runway 6. Live weather. Alright, calculate. Export weights. Export speeds, and export toga and flex. Alright, we should be all good now for performance. Yep. Okay. So that's all done. Very good. Okay, so that's all done. Alright, let's see here. So before starting, seatbelts, fuel panel. Alright, fuel is on. Window and doors are locked. Arm sides. Let's do that announcement, and then we're get our engine started up. Let's make sure. Oh, flap 0. That's interesting. Okay. There we go. Alright, arm doors.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross check.
Alright, let's start our engines up. Okay, normal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our aircraft. Your comfort and safety is our highest priority, so we kindly request that you remove all headset devices and pay close attention to your nearest flight attendant during this safety demonstration. Ensure your seatbelt is securely fastened at this time. To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle and pull the strap to tighten. To release, lift the top of the buckle. We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times when seated, even when the seatbelt sign is off. This aircraft has a number of emergency exits. The cabin crew is pointing those out to you now. Please take a moment to remembering that it may be behind you. Life vests are located under your seat. To use, pull the vest over your head, fasten the straps around your waist, and pull to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs, or for additional
Alright, let's start engine number
pull
1.
into the mouthpiece. Do not inflate your vest until you are outside the aircraft. In the event of low cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the panel above your seat. Pull the mask down firmly to start the flow of oxygen. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is strictly prohibited at all times, and smoke detectors are fitted throughout the aircraft, including the lavatories. In the unlikely
I'd like to get rid of
emergency landing, you
those
may be
messages there,
instructed
but
to adopt the brace position. Bend forward, place your head down, and wrap your arms around your knees or place your hands on top of your head. Keep your feet flat on the floor. Please ensure all personal handheld electronic devices are set to airplane mode or are turned off for takeoff. Large devices such as laptops must be stowed in the overhead bins or under the seat in front of you. The safety card is located in the seat pocket in front of you. It contains important information about this aircraft and the location and operation of safety equipment. At this time, please ensure your seat belts and tray tables are in their fully upright position, your seat belt is fastened, and all carry-on items are properly stored. Thank you for your attention. We hope you have a great flight.
all right. Systems are looking good. All the alerts are out. Flap set for takeoff. I know it said flap 0, but I'm gonna still set flaps 8. Okay. Front door lock. Let's lock the front door. Now let's turn the control locks off. Let's test our system here. Alright. Alright, everything looks good. Yeah, I wanted to lock the door, but I can't lock it. At least I don't see a place to lock the door. Maybe I'll find it out later. Alright, let's get B1.
Cabin is secured.
Alright, that's all done. Let's turn on this system here. RTO for brakes. Okay, looks like all the doors are closed. Alright, I think we're pretty much ready for taxi. Let's turn... Oh, we gotta set trim. Let's see here, where is trim? Oh, we already set it, never mind. Alright, front door is now locked. Takeoff configuration. Takeoff configuration normal, very good. Alright, let's turn off the APU. That on auto. Alright, taxi out, fuel levers, lift dumpers armed. Okay, our trim looks okay. Let's arm the lift dumpers. Alright, I think we're ready to go actually. Transponder, flight controls, before takeoff cabin, takeoff configuration is normal. Brakes, strobe lights on auto, weather radar. Weather radar is back here. All right, let's taxi to runway 6. Put our flight directors on. And our takeoff speed, so V2 is 135. So let's set this for 140. We'll leave 10,000 there for now, that's fine. Uh-oh, my mouse is hiding again. It was doing this shit last night, too. Hang on. Alright, there's my mouse there. It's so weird how sometimes it just... I don't get it. I don't get it. Every once in a while. Alright, taxi lights are on. Let's put constraints on. Do plan, we'll do map. Alright, let's put the parking brake on for just a moment. Alright, and I think we are ready to go. Yep. Alright, let's roll. Oh, we got to tell the cabin crew.
Cabin crew, seats for takeoff, please.
hang on a second. Let's do profile, nav, auto throttle engage. Takeoff power set, airspeed's alive. 100 knots. V1.
Bank angle, bank angle.
Whoa, what is going on with this airplane?
Bank angle, bank angle.
What is going on with this thing?
Sinkhole, up.
Oh man. Man, what the fuck happened? I'm wondering if it's, I wonder if our one engine went out. I wonder if I put the fire thing on it before. Ain't that a son of a bitch? All right, we're gonna start right on the runway. Ain't that about a bitch, motherfucker? All that time spent. Shit. Shit. Damn, bitch. I bet you when I was going through the tests, I think I know what happened. I think because that's why that screen was saying that we had a fire in engine number 2. I bet you that it, but it was reading correct the gauges. That shit is wild, man. This might be a real short flight. God damn, we gotta set all that shit up again. Son of a bitch. Alright, let me see. Do we have to plug in the flight plan again? Son of bitch. Alright, well, at least it'll pull in automatically. Alright, YEML to YBBN. We'll get this done pretty quickly. Alright, insert. Alright, flight plan. Let's get rid of this. Let's go to YBBN. 19 left. Insert. Alright, now that should be all done. Yep, okay, so that's done now. Let's go ahead and get... It's currently 2977. Alright, 1008. Alright, aircraft, import. Let's load instantly. Alright, board passengers. Instant.
Boarding is complete.
I know, bitch. It's all good. Alright, we can click on this to set our trim. Alright, performance, import, Import sim brief. Runway 6. Import live weather. Calculate. Export. I love the fact that we can just export all this shit right away. That is so dope. Alright, we should be good now. Alright, flaps 8. Let's set that. Trim is set. Those are armed. Transponder doesn't really matter since we're not doing any traffic tonight. Yeah, see, status now, it doesn't show like any kind of fire. I think when I was testing something earlier, I think I actually like discharged something, which is why he took off like that. Part of me wishes I'd have a bigger reaction to that kind of stuff, just so I can make like funny like outtakes, but I wasn't in a laughing mood, damn it. Alright, constraints, traffic. Alright, we should be good for takeoff now. Let me just tell the cabin crew. Arm the doors. Ah, good. All that's done. Alright. Oh, we're almost ready. Hang on. Oh, look at that. V2. Ah, you suck. Alright, V2 is 140. Well, 135 plus 5. Alright, we're ready for takeoff now. Let's just make sure we have takeoff configuration is normal. Yep, it says normal. Alright, let's roll. Auto throttle. Release the parking brake. Let's give it some juice.
Thrust set.
I know, I got you. We can't have our thrust levers too high, otherwise we'll blow them out. Alright. Let's see what happens this time for takeoff. Thankfully we can
rotate.
Thankfully we can get up in the air quickly. Oh yeah, this is much better.
Positive climb. Gear up.
Landing gear up. I should have activated Sky Dolly. Maybe I'll turn that on for our landing. Alright, navigation. Profile mode.
Climb thrust.
Climb thrust set. Autopilot on.
Flaps up.
Flaps up. Where the hell is this airplane going? Oh, it's circling back around to the airport. Yep, that's what it's doing. All right, let's set 35,000.
now been released from their seats and will shortly commence cabin service. At this time,
All right, let's see. Are we turning back around now?
remain illuminated, so please remain in your seats with your seatbelt securely
Yep.
fastened.
All right, let's see what our... Let's see your departure. Transition altitude is 10,000. Okay. Let's turn off the overhead the outside lights, our landing lights. All right, we're ready. We're going. Let me open up SkyDolly. I'm gonna have to read about what all those messages mean, like, because I have it on auto throttle, so we really shouldn't be having any issues with like N1. And I don't really think that that's exactly what that means, but all right, SkyDolly is ready now. All right, we can go standard standard pressure. All right, crossing 11,000 feet, 35,000 feet. I probably could use say intentions on this. Do I really feel like it? Yeah, let me get say intentions started. We'll do a VFR. Request VFR following. Oh no, this version of say intentions is too old and no longer supported. Alright, well fuck it then. I just updated it last night. Alright, well I guess we're not using that. Should we do the ATC from the game? Let me turn on the character volume.
.61 is type FOKKER jet, 9 miles southeast of Yankee Echo Mike Lima, 13,900. Request flight following.
That is really loud. Hang on. I mean, that's only at 50% too.
UTY 8861, Brisbane Center. Squawk 1427.
Alright, 1427 set.
Squawk 1427, UTY 8861. UTY 8861, radar contact 12 miles southeast of Yankee Echo Mike Lima, 15,100. QNH 1028. Roger, UTY 8861.
Oh, N1 high. Thrust lever is retard. If N1 cannot be controlled. Single engine procedure. Quick reference handbook. Yeah, we're okay. Alright, let's go into climb mode. Let's turn our seatbelt signs off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. You are now free to roam about the cabin. However, for your comfort and safety of those around
Let's get
you,
our
we
descent
recommend
forecast
keeping
plugged
your
in.
seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
It's the same info that you would see on the chart here. Boy, that seat's like kind of in the way, isn't it? But yeah, if we were to go here, go to the flight plan here, we would see it. It's the same thing. All right, let's get this updated here. All right, so we have 31,000 feet, 271, 053. We have 20,000 feet. 271 by 12. $10,000 feet. 072. 018. And let's see here. Right now, we have 190 by 6. I don't know how accurate those altitude winds are now, since it's been a while since we programmed this, but it is what it is. All right, let's put our map back on. Let's turn off constraints. Let's put on airports. Go out 120 miles in case we need to find an airport to go to. don't know if it's better than the F-28, but it's definitely a good airplane. If you're looking for a really cool jet like the MD-80, I'd say this is it, man. Actually, I like this better than the MD-80. Maybe that's sacrilegious. Maybe we shouldn't be saying such things, but I said it. You don't like it? Always turn me off. It's crazy they're still flying these airplanes around all over Australia. We could probably find some flights right now, actually. Let's, let me share my screens. Alright, let's see if we can find some... Oh, here's the flight, actually, by the way. This is the one we're basing this off of. A short flight, but, which is okay. Yeah, look at all of these F100s still flying around. This is another one that they use, Network Aviation. That one's like in Western Australia. Papua New Guinea's got some that fly around too. And then I wanted to say there was a couple of F-70s also. Yeah, here's more Alliance Airlines. Oh wow, that's only a 19-minute flight. I was gonna say that'd be a pretty cool flight, but I really wanted to fly from over on Western Australia, but the flights were all... If I didn't do the other flight first, I probably would have done that one, but... And then we have a pretty dope, I think, Piaggio flight that I'm looking at. So tomorrow night, if I stream, we're going to be doing either Onion Air, one of these ones, flying somewhere like around the France area. I was hoping one of these would be in like the Croatian area. I like flying over Croatia. That's a very pretty country to fly over. And then Onion Air 3. Yeah, more France. Oh, this one's Greece, but that's a 3-hour flight. Zadar. Oh, this is Croatia here, actually. So maybe we could do this one. Grenoble to Zadar. That could be a pretty cool flight tomorrow. Yeah, the I have a hard time believing that's only an hour and a half. Well, it might be. It's only 500 miles. That seems like a lot more than 500 miles. That can't be right. I bet you if I build that flight, it'll be longer than that. Ah, here's one here from... I've always wanted to take off and land at Casablanca. And that's going into Spain, it looks like. Yeah, there's definitely some cool flights. Let me see if any other P-180 flights are around that I can look at. No, none right now.
8861 contact Brisbane Center on 119.55. Good day.
Alright, so earlier when I was talking about
119.55 for UTY 8861.
God, it's still so loud. Let me just turn that down. I mean, that's only at like 20%. Alright, so if you want to use say intentions for automated items that, like, if you want your co-pilot to be able to, like, turn on the exterior lights, right, or seatbelts and things like that, if you can't find it online, you can always go into developer mode, go to tools, go to behaviors, right? Then let's say you want them to turn on the seatbelt signs, right? Just hover over it, do Control G. Here's the part right here, XML _ packs _ seatbelt. If you go under animations, here's the code right here. And when they're off, it's at 0, and then I'm sure when you put it on, See, it goes to 100. So that's the value you have to put in. So when you put that in say intentions, it'll give you a place to put the value. If you put the value, it should work.
The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. You are now free to roam about the cabin.
All right, we're almost at 35,000 feet.
And safety of those around you, we recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
I wish there was a way to clear out those messages. I thought it'd be one of these buttons down here, like the cancel button or... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that doesn't do anything. What was that doing there? What is that button? Oh, advance. Okay. Yeah, I thought like hitting like cancel would have done it. But not so much. Like in a Boeing, you can hit the cancel button like up here and it'll cancel out the stuff on that screen. I'm not sure why it won't. Oh, look at that. You can click right on this button here and it'll change it. Ah, there we go. Oh, that is cool. That's a secret click spot. That's cool. So you can click right on this thing and that'll advance you through the messages. No shit. And this is a clickable button up here too. I wonder if this is for Toga. I'll have to look at that. All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Jury duty next week, and I have no idea. I have to look up. Is there like a dress code with jury duty that I got to worry about? Because I was gonna just wear shorts, hoping that they send me home. Like, I really don't want to do jury duty. I know it's my civic duty. That's such a funny word, by the way, duty. But I know it's my civic duty. But like, I'd rather work. Like, I don't want to make $30 a day jury duty. I want to make hundreds of dollars a day selling insurance policies. Like, I don't want to do it. But we can't get out of it. This is a really cool airplane. You know what we could do actually? I tell you what, let's let me get the booklet up for this thing. And we'll try to see if we can find what that button is. I bet you that little button is for toga. Oh, I probably erased it from here. Yep, I did. All right, let me get it online real quick. I keep all these documents in one place, in OneDrive. Yeah, I have X-Plane, PMDG, Just Flight. Oh, I never put the F's... Oh, here it is, right here. Alright, let's see here. Does it have anything about click spots? Alright, let me, let's see here. Let's try toga. Yep, the screw. Next to the F. Okay, so that is cool. Let me see if hidden. Let's type in hidden and see if there's any other hidden click spots besides the two that we now know about. All right, so quality of life add-on. Yep. Okay, so that's the one we just found. Yep, toga is right. We know about that one. Okay, we know about the smoke goggle. Okay. Checklists. We know about the light. Yep. Alright, well that's it. Okay. I tell you what, let's make this dark out and see what it looks like on the inside here. Pretty dope looking. Yeah, there's the light there. And you can click on that and that hides the checklist. Okay. Alright, those are gone. Alright, we are at our cruising altitude. Go into cruise speed. Why are we so slow? Sure hope we speed up a little bit. Tell you what, let me request a new altitude. Oh, well, I guess I can't.
Brisbane Center, UTY 8861, flight level tree 50. UTY 8861, Brisbane Center, radar contact continue.
All right, let me descend 2,000 feet. See if that'll speed us up a little bit. Well, I didn't realize changing the time would fuck the airplane up that bad. Now we can't even go into like Toga mode. Oh.
8861, contact Brisbane Center on 124.
All right, maybe we'll be able to get out of Toga mode once we
going to 124.6. UTY.
Once we get up to speed.
61.
There we go. All right, I wonder what our speed actually should be. Oh, 0.7. Oh, wow. Alright, so while that's doing that, let's figure out what our landing's probably going to be. So 19 left. We have a decision height of 209. I always like choosing the higher one, even though it's not for really us. I always like choosing a little bit of a higher one. So let's plug in 415 for our decision height. Oh, it's got a click spot guide. Oh, that's got to be for the checklist. Yeah, that's for the checklist. All right. Decision height. What? All right, 415 is set for our decision height. I wonder if we can set different values for all of that. I'm going to try that here in a moment. Alright, so we have, we'll say 3,800. Wonder if that'll change our value. Nope. Well, actually, no, it's 2,100. Alright, let's go back into cruise mode. Oh, that's cool. And it's already got 3% set there. Alright, that's cool. Alright, let's get 2,100 set up on this side. Whoa, bitch. Oh no, 2,100 is what we need. Excellent, so that's all done. Top of descent's coming up pretty soon. Nice little airplane. I like this airplane. It's got a lot of cool liveries that come with it too. When you buy this airplane, there's an app you can download for Just Flight. You can put it right on your desktop, and that's where you get all your liveries from. I think it has some that come with the game, but then there's others that you can download for free. Alright, do we have a landing item? Well, we can always click on the little card. But let's see, do they have... Oh, they do have a landing performance here. Look at that. That's cool. It's got zero fuel weight to cost index, passengers, imported METAR. That's pretty cool, actually. Huh. Well. Trying to push calculate. Oh well. Alright, let's program in 110.1. We have our landing right here anyways. Alright, so we have 110.1. Let's get that programmed in. Let's put in 5 for wind correction. Alright, so we're looking at like 132. Oh no, that's right. We got to go back. We got to go backwards. Backwards this way. Okay, 110.1 and 110.1, 196. If we were in VOR mode, like local, like if we were not using GPS right now, like here, if we were not using that system, if we had VOR activated there, we would probably be able to use this VOR system here. But since we're not in that mode, you know, usually there's a thing to choose for that. That's weird that we don't have that. I'll have to try to find that. Normally I would not be putting in 4,000. I'd be putting in like 5,000 feet lower or something like that, but since we're not using say intentions. Oh, I think if we were in VOR localizer mode here, if we clicked on that instead of nav, we probably would be able to use this right here. It's like in the Bay 146 and the RJ, there's buttons down here you can click on for like nav or VOR, but Alright, we are going to begin our descent here momentarily into Brisbane. And then I'm going to pour myself into my bed and pray to God that I'm going to win. Pray to every God that there is out there. Old gods and the new gods. The red god, the god of death. We'll pray to all of them that we win the Powerball tonight. That way I can sleep in tomorrow. I'd be okay with my job more, I think, if I could start it at like noon. If I could work from like noon to 6 every day, oh, that would be perfect. Then I can sleep in until like 10 or 11 every day. Alright, transition altitude looks like it's well, and here it's 11,000 feet for the transition level. Alright, that works. And let's click on here on this 127. That's going to set our V speeds for landing. Alright, we've begun our descent. Alright, so descent, terrain clearance, FMS position, weather radar on, pressurization set. Okay, landing altitude set. Frequency looks good. Volts look good. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the ATC. I'm gonna cancel I'm gonna cancel the flight following.
Flight level 290. Radar contact. Brisbane Center, UTY 8861. Cancel flight following. UTY 8861. Brisbane Center, cancellation received. Squawk 7000. Frequency change approved.
Alright, let's close that out. Alright, approach mode, seatbelts. Now, it doesn't say anything about putting ourselves back in toga mode or anything like that, but I would presume that we would do that. Actually, let's let me go direct to Betso. Huh. Really? I can't go direct to Betso? That's weird. Oh, it must be CF19L. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so direct to CF19L. There we go. Alright, we're getting ready to make our approach into Brisbane. We might be a little high for where we're supposed to be, but maybe. We're going direct to Betso right now. Alright, is there a holding point anywhere out here that we can do? Nope, there's not. Yeah, we're only 20 miles out, so I think what we're going to do, we're going to go to CF19, and we're just going to do a holding pattern out there. So we have an in... Oh yeah, that's right, I already have it set. So the inbound is 196, so the outbound... what's the opposite of 196? So 360 minus 200 is 160, so there's 166. All right, so let's just subtract 1, so 16 would be the opposite, I believe. So when we get to CF, we're just going to go into... All right, let's go into heading mode. And then when we get to CF, we'll do a holding pattern until we get down to the correct altitude. Set our brake. Ah, very nice. I can use my arrow keys. Nice. Couldn't use them on the other airplane. Alright, what is the METAR? Wow, 1031. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, let's turn to a heading of 16. And then once we level our wings out, then we'll push the button for a minute. Let's get our speed down, say 240. Alright, there's approach mode there. Now we have our localizer here. This airplane does a really good job of slowing down. That's nice. Alright, let's set the QNH now. It's a little early to set it, but we're going to set it anyways. So we have 1031. I can't believe that's right. I'm gonna have to double check Navigraph here in a moment. Oh shit, we're wings level. All right, let's go a minute. All right, 1031 is set. Damn, sure enough, it sure is. It's 30.45. Holy shit. That's a lot of pressure. Ah, the clock didn't start. That's all right. Let's swing back around to 196. All right, anti-ice is on. Let's turn on the APU just to be safe. Let's put our landing lights on. Alright, we're almost leveling out. Alright, let's go 1 minute. We're doing a couple of laps around the area so we can drop in altitude. We didn't descend, we descended too late. Oh, look, man. It's the opposite of Alaska Airlines. Who is that guy? What made him so popular that he's, like, on the airplane? Who is that? Alright, we are pretty close to the right altitude. Let's drop our speed to 220 knots. Alright, it's been a minute. Let's spin back around to 16 degrees again. And again, once we level out, we'll put our chronograph back in for another minute. Only thing we really got to do down here for approach, we're going to go back into toga mode and then arm the lift dumpers. And that's about it, really. We're not using say intentions or anything like that. I tried to get them connected tonight, but again, the app is out of date. I just updated it yesterday, twice actually yesterday. And
Glide slope alive.
dude, we're going the wrong direction, co-pilot. How can it be alive when we're going the wrong direction? No, but I know what he's saying. The icon is showing up here now. This icon right here, right there, and right here, right there. All right, let's hit the chronograph for a minute. This time when we go out, we are going to turn the other way. And I think 4,000 is the right. Yeah, 4,000 is the right area, and we need to be at a max of 185 knots. So let's get that set now. All right, APU is good. What was I coming down here for? I was coming down here for something. I forget now. Oh yeah, flaps. Okay, so anything under 180 we can do flaps 42. All right, so let's go flaps 1. See if icing comes back on for us. All right, let's go out a couple more miles and then we'll spin back around. Click on the placard here, the 127, to set our speeds. All right, let's go out 2 more miles and then we're going to spin back around. All right, that's good enough. All right, let's spin back around. Let's tell the cabin crew to take their seats for landing.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing.
Cabin is secured for arrival.
Appreciate it. All right, let's capture our localizer. Let's arm the lift dumpers. We'll go back into toga mode when we put our landing gear down and stuff. Let's arm landing. Should be capturing the localizer any minute now. Oh, I gotta arm sky dolly. Let me start recording.
Localizer alive.
Yep. Alright, we should be turning here pretty soon.
Lock captured.
Yep, thank you.
Speed checked. Gear down.
Fuck you. Not putting the gear down 21 miles out. I'm sorry, Cooper. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean that. That was just a reaction. I'm so sorry. You know how I am. Like, I got Tourette's sometimes. Sometimes shit just comes out. Sorry about that. Every once in a while, I just say the wrong thing. I'll make it up to you, though. I'll buy you a beer. I'll buy you a brown recluse spider, a kangaroo, and a Foster's. It's Australian for beer. It's true. Alright, we'll start reducing our speed when we get about 10 miles out. We're still a little bit of ways. Still got 18 miles to go. And the glide slope is still up here. Here's our green dot speed. That's probably for flaps clean. I like how it says what our flaps are right here. That's pretty nice. All right, let's go flaps 15. And then after that, we just have 25, and then, wow, look at 42. You know what? I wonder if they land a lot on flaps 25. I bet you they do. This is like the Dash 8-400, where it's got that huge space in between. All right, glide slope is almost alive. Well, it is alive, but it's almost captured. And then once we capture the glide slope, we're gonna pull our speed down to 136. All right,
Glide slope captured.
Yep. All right, let's go speed 136. Let's put ourselves in toga mode, just in case we need the power. 12 miles out. Let's check our pressure. Pressure is still 1031. That's what we have programmed in. Okay, cabin, warned, flaps. All right, let's go flaps 25.
Speed checked, flap 42.
Landing gear down. I'm not ready to go flaps 42 yet. It's nice how it lights up purple. That's pretty cool. I want to do that at nighttime or early in the morning and see that thing light up purple again. That's pretty cool. All right, we got one green. Shit, we only got one green. Oh, two green, three green. Okay. All right, runways are right up here. Let's see what kind of emotional damage we can do on this landing. Emotional damage! Alright, 5 miles. Actually, we look a lot closer than 5 miles. Let's put on 136. Let's go flaps full. Flaps 42 set.
100 above. Minimum.
All right, so we're at 415 feet. I wonder how this thing does, like, actually, like, auto landing. Like, I wonder how it would do. I always want to check out that kind of thing, but I think it's such a pussy way of flying. Like, for lack of a better word, like, you know, I kind of pride myself on having some pretty good landings on this channel. All right, we're almost ready to take over manual control. I'm going to reduce our speed a little bit more. I don't care if it's close to stall speed. I'm okay with close to stall speed. That's how you get buttery landings. Oh, you can set the chronograph from here? That's pretty cool. Never knew that. All right, let's go autopilot off. All right, my control. I really want to fly this next time with my yoke setup. I was very lazy this weekend. I decided to just continue to fly with the Xbox controller. I like using like a regular microphone and sitting a lot closer. Like, I like using the Xbox controller sometimes a lot more than the yoke, but the yoke, man, it's so nice having the levers and the yoke. I mean, it's so nice flying a plane with a good yoke setup. I might grab my Xbox maybe one of these nights coming up and fly with the Xbox. I haven't flown with the Xbox in a while. I don't have 2020 on the Xbox anymore. That thing, once I deleted 2020 off my Xbox, that thing freed up like 500 gigabytes of space. Seriously, I had like almost 500 gigabytes tied up with 2020.
500.
Because of all because of all the airplanes I own and everything. I mean, I own a lot of stuff for 2020.
Minimums.
Now, I don't know if you should be using auto throttle for landing. You know, I'm guessing that's what they do in this airplane. Surprised nobody's yelled glide slope to me. Ah, Sir Leo's Bridge.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. $60 knots.
I'm not worried about parking. I just want to stop the airplane and then we'll go reverse and check out this landing a couple of times. Alright, let me stop the airplane. Let me deactivate the lift bumpers. Alright, let me put the flaps back up. Let me pause this for a second. Let me stop, let's stop Sky Dolly. Alright, let's resume. Let's rewind a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your destination. Please remain seated with your seatbelt.
I like the that Just Flight puts all those announcements and everything in there, and they actually work very well. Like iFly, they were supposed to work yesterday, but they didn't work yesterday.
On behalf of the entire crew, we would like to thank you for flying with us today, and we wish
I'm gonna go back all the way, so I want to see the gear come down. Alright, play. Really, there's no gear? Alright, we can just stay here, I guess. I can't believe there's no landing gear. Ah, that's cool. Look at the light there. That's dope. We'll just do theater mode, or cinematic mode as it's called. Tangaluma Airport. It's a cool little airport, I guess. Man, what a fun flight that was. That was cool. Yeah, let's just sit back here. Oh, we can watch the flaps come down. We'll watch the lift dumpers come out. sit here until the gear come out. I like that the lights. That's cool how they flip down like that. That's pretty cool. Brisbane, Fiji. Oh wow, you can fly to Fiji? Oakland. Wow, did it really fly from Brisbane to Oakland? I'll have to do some research on that. That's pretty cool. That's a long flight, man, from Brisbane to Oakland. That's got to be like 13 hours. Man, that was a cool flight, man. I like this airplane. We're gonna fly. I'm gonna learn this thing a little better. Like the F-28, I learned like this. See this at the back of my hand? The F-28 I know really well, but I spent a long time learning it. This one I didn't. To me, I don't like this plane as much as the F-28. I like a lot of the switches in the F-28 better. But it's a pretty cool plane, the F-100. I wonder what took the place of the F-100. Like, what? Was it the McDonnell Douglas? Probably not. I think they were out around the same time. Maybe it was a 737 or like an Airbus 320 or something, maybe, because not that many people can fit on this. It's not like this is a 757 type of airplane or a 777 or anything like that. As soon as the gear come down, there we go. Then we're going to go back and sit in the passenger seat. Oh, no wonder it took so long for those green lights to come on. Look how slow the gear is. Look at that there. Look at that gear. Yeah, boy. Look at here. Look at here, boy. Ah, we got dueling banjos and our EDM music. That's the cabin music playing from up front. You hear that Spanish guitar. Actually, you know what? Let me turn off the other music. There we go. Got our nice landing music. So I'm going to sit like this for this landing, and then I want to do a tower view, and then I'm going to call it a night. And then more than likely, since I've decided to be better about streaming more, I get very lazy after work. That's the problem I have. You know, once I eat dinner after work and then, like, I just start watching YouTube or watching a movie or something, like, I just don't feel like talking anymore because I talk all day. But I've been really enjoying, even if not many people watch, it's still fun just to talk and fly airplanes. So I think I will be back tomorrow with the Avante, the Piaggio Avante. We'll be doing some sort of flight either to Croatia or somewhere that we looked at. We're gonna be flying Onion Air, either Onion Air 1 or 2. It's not spelled like onion, it's like O-N-N-Y, O-N-N something. I'm really glad I picked this plane to fly. I mean, the F-27 was a cool flight as well, don't get me wrong, that was a fun airplane to fly too, but this airplane, it sounds so good. Why can't more airplanes sound as good when you're flying? Like, you notice we didn't hear like any wind noise really? Why can't more airplanes be like that? Why can't they just take that page right out of Just Flight's playbook? I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe people don't want to listen to the whole flight. That's why I had the headphone mode on the whole flight last night. And that iFly, man, that's disgusting that it was that noisy. And that's got Boris audio in it too, and that's disgusting that iFly allows that to be its sound while you're flying. That is atrocious. There's no way pilots hear the whole flight. Of course they hear the engines. We couldn't hear any engines. Even sitting in the back of the airplane, you really couldn't hear the engines. I don't like that. Sounds terrible. Who wants to listen to that for hours and hours. A lot of times that's why I turn the volume down on the airplane while I'm streaming, which then fucks up the sound, because then, like, when I'm not talking, you crank the volume way up and then I start talking and you're like, oh my god, turn it way back down again. I don't like that kind of stuff. I like it to be like one consistent volume. I did turn the volume of the airplanes up a little bit and my voice down a little bit to try to offset it. 'Cause my voice is kind of loud compared to the airplane at times, but... Alright, there's the beginning of the airport. There's 19 right, I believe, right here. So we'll do this landing, we'll check it out, and then we'll go back just a minute or two and do a tower view. I like watching a tower view landing. Those are fun landings to watch. At least I think they're fun landings to watch. If the angle is correct and there's no building in front of your view. Boy, God bless Sky Dolly. Great free application. Lip dumpers, please. Thank you, sir. Reversers, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Alright, let's go into tower view. Alright, let's go backwards a little bit. Let me get Sky Dolly up. Oh, Sky Dolly. If you have Sky Dolly and you rewind it, don't forget to push play, otherwise you're going to fall right out of the sky. Alright, there we go. Let's leave it on play. Yeah, what a great airplane. I don't know if it's really worth buying the pair. I did it because I'm a huge nerd for Just Flight. They make some really good stuff. The Bay 146, the RJ, the Avro, this one, the Piper Turbo Arrow 3 and 4 are great airplanes. That's a cool livery. I'm glad it was this livery and not just the plain Jane Alliance, because I've seen some of those, like I had in the thumbnail. Boy, it gets better every time. Very cool. Well, that's it for the show. I think it was a good one. I think it was a good show tonight. I'm very happy with the way the show turned out. Yep. That's about it, my friends. I hope you have a good Tuesday, and I will see you on the next episode of the Airplane Show. See ya!